Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Last time we set up our metro line in Hellas, one of the few things that we did. And I think we're going to grab a few more metros. For that, we are going to send out our train to Baraslav Customs and buy, I would say, 4 more metros, so we have a total of 4 running in a double configuration. We are using the Metro Paris in the dark blue, and hopefully the electricity will be enough. Let's check the electricity before we send them out. The connection for our metro line is running through here, and it seems to be way below capacity right now, so seems to be okay. It can hold up to 14 megawatts in this station, which is a little bit too much. I mean, with wires you can only really hook up 10 megawatts, rounded up. But anyway, it'll be fine. We're also developing Segadora warehouse storage solutions, waiting for the train line to build a tunnel through here so we can hook everything up, and then our train connection, rail connection would be over on that side, which will also allow us to hook up a few other things if we need to. But the main train line is supposed to head over to the coal mine. I think this train line is not going to be the same train line as the one that I'm thinking about for the passenger transportation, although there will be a connection to this, because we can use our existing rail infrastructure to bring trains to Hellas if we want to have a train connection over there. We just need to make sure that we probably get off the train line when we get close to an industrial area where there could be a traffic jam, so we gotta be a bit careful. Also, we set up a few more fields, so this harvest season we should get a few more crops. It looks like this train is now also grey. I think I'm gonna move them to the depot and try to fix it. I accidentally was on the old version again last stream. And I think going from the old version to the latest version is when the error happens, so I'll try and recolor those train cars, which is gonna take a while. But I would like to do that. We have nothing else to do right now, right? And watching some long trains go around is nice. The last bit is the rail construction towards the eastern border. And by eastern border I mean the one with the eastern customs house. Past the heating plant, at the bridge starting point. Jawohl, in Figeni still need to be built. We started the tunnel construction over here on one side. And we are hopefully bound to finish that fairly soon. I mean, the whole tunnel needs to be built first, and then we need to lay the tracks through it. A short section of a continued track, and then another tunnel into a bridge, into another tunnel. Although we have already started the tunnel construction in the meantime on that side, and it's going fairly well. Over here, we're still building the track. At least whenever we get sufficient number of workers. Looks like during winter that is a little bit of a problem. I think last time I changed the replacement for this to a wrong truck. Oh, wrong truck, I mean, can't really get replaced on that side, right? So we'll have to keep that waste truck to be its own thing, should it get replaced. It shouldn't, because it should last like 30 to 40 years, hopefully. But we'll see. I don't like the footpath, it looks like. I think the trains are still building, hopefully. They might be on their way back now. Might have had Yeah, that train is on its way back. And the other one... this is somewhere else. So the worker deliveries leave a little bit to be desired. If we had a second bus, we could probably make it happen a little bit faster. I mean, the resource trucks are all getting in the way, so it's a little bit of a problem. I think I'm going to use a little bit of a workaround for that. We're going to place a second free bus stop here. And I'm going to tell all workers to go to all facilities as well as the bus stop. And from this bus stop they're going to walk back. Not to the rail construction office, but to the bus stop. So basically there's a lot of workers going to all places, and then some workers are going to go here, they're all going to go back and get distributed again. So there should be a more continuous flow of workers in the area that stays. And to have it even better, I guess I could have that bus stop over here. But no, it's fine. We'll still deliver to that one. And if they don't like the footpath, then I will just remove it. Hopefully that will provide a little bit more of a reliable source of workers in the buildings. And thus the rail construction vehicles will not travel back as often. If they could still build. Man, the road clearing of our highway is looking very good. And there's the first long train. It's gonna be a little bit of a work getting those train cars recolored. I will see after the next save load if it actually resolves it, I guess. But yeah, the issue was I was on the old version. Definitely. Oh, the first one already arrived. Well... I mean, the easiest would probably be to sell them and repurchase them. That might be the easiest way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna sell them. I think that's the better way, because then I can... Right now I can't recolor them, I will have to add them here. Can I add them here? Oh, I can add them here. Jesus Christ. No, don't sell them. That would be expensive, to say the least. So we don't need to color 8 of them because they're going to be gray, but the other ones we will have to. Two, 4, that's only 9, so we need one more. Why did one of them not get colored? Guess I didn't add it as a proper wagon. Yeah, I think this is going to be the fastest way. Oh, not like that. I guess we can add... one. Let's remove them. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is going to be some work. But at least I found out a way to recolor train cars while in a depot. It is a workaround solution, but it does work. Okay. So one of the train cars is one that I didn't properly unhook. I don't know which one. Accidentally moved a grey car. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Well, I chose to do it. We only have 20 more train cars to be recolored, so it's not the worst. It's 2 different color sets. I'm gonna add all of them. Oh no, wrong assignment again. I think this one. Oh, wait. Why are you getting... Oh, it's the highlighted. Never mind, it's the highlighted car. Okay. This is... yeah. I apologize, but you are... if you are watching the VOD of this, you are free to skip ahead for 5 to 10 minutes. If you are watching this live... there we go. That is the green color, and then I think we are just missing the yellow one. Yeah, that is the last one. And hopefully they will stay after the save game reload. If it does reset it again, well, there will be a bug report. I didn't do it for the initial thing because it might have been just a patch thing with the train reset. But we'll see. We have to move all of them over to unattach them as cargo. They are too long for this train now, which is fine. Okay, so the green ones we managed to hook up properly. So we have to re-hook up 5 of them here. Not blue. Is that 1, 2, 3? No, we moved the blue one, it looks like. There it is. And then 5 yellow cars for each train. And we're done. Wait, what? I guess I didn't do it for these train cars, but yeah, I forgot it for them. That is okay, we can just hook those up like that. There we go. I'm back onto your route, and you too. And that should look way prettier. all the train car colors back. And yellow. Let's check if our metros have arrived, at least the first two. Hook them together, send you back out, and set you to the metro line and put you on it. Very cool. We might need to go up to 6, we'll see. But the capacity of a double train, of a double metro, is probably the right choice. Especially once tourists get involved. The waiting time is a little bit long for some of them. I'll need to figure that out. I should also set up the last stops as a transfer on the line. So on the first one you don't really need to unload, you just load. Then on the last stop you will transfer unload. Then you load again. And then you transfer unload. That means they have the old town and the metro platform as the large congregating areas where all of the people will be unloaded, and then if the metro comes around and they're still there, they can be picked up again. Should probably add that as a second stop. So we add the university stop twice. Don't load, send out the workers first. And then the same thing for the old town. Only unload. Basically send the workers to local workplaces first, and then unload anyone at the metro platform. And if they need a ride back, then yeah, they can get one when the metro comes back out empty. And they're still there. You are at the end station, you need to go to the Old Town Metro. Turn around. Does that fix it? Squeaking, scratching. Yep, works. This should help balance the amount of workers everywhere. And I think the metro length is also very good compared to the length of the actual metro station. And since we have 3 metro stations, I think 3 metros is going to be enough to have a very high saturation. This might be a little bit too long. Let's see. Nah, it's perfect. It's actually a little bit half too short. Don't think we could fit another one in. I think this is fine. $150 out of 900 capacity. Definitely overkill, but what can you do? We'll try with 4. Maybe we can up it to 6, if the demand is there, and if the tourists start pouring in. Now that we have a running metro, we can go ahead and expand our tourism, if we so desire. More professors here, please. I also need to change the route for citizens. Actually no, it is already set to get in and get out. Well, you're supposed to... I need a dedicated bus stop to pick people up, I guess. I don't think I want to pick people up here. I guess we're bringing students here already. Is that the case? Students taking their own car to study in this area? Very cool. Trying to overtake, but then being slower than the snowplow. Very smart. Getting a face full of snow, basically. Thankfully the snowplow is chucking it the other way. Is there any car heading this way? It's 4 workers. That is the fire station, that's a different car. That is Segaduaha. 4 highly educated workers heading there. Sure. Might be students, might be workers. Anyone is fine to go over to Segaduaha and help. Maybe we have to open up the hospital again to allow for some extra workers. But I mean, we shifted it over to the university. Hopefully that will be enough. The train shouldn't take too long, even though it's running at only normal speed. I believe it'll be decently fast coming back here. Unless I already went past it. Maybe the customs house is a little bit busy. There it is. Pulling the train cars. It doesn't look that bad, but they're taking... No, oh my god. The tunnel and the train line are significantly different. I wonder if that had something to do with me trying to make the hill look a little bit prettier. We will try and manually solve that by using a waste storage and some clicking. Doesn't work. What if I clicked here? That raises the lines a little bit, even more so now. So now they have an even greater leap. I might have to disconnect the rail connection here. Well, that would be disastrous. How can I fix this? I know, probably cheat mode for terrain editing. I'm getting used to that more and more. So we have the landscape editor. Let's see if we can solve our terrain issues that way. We don't want a lot of strength. I want a very small terrain editor. This might make it worse. I don't know. Seems like it made it a little bit better. What's this? I don't know. I need to check that tool at some point, but right now all I want to do is fix this. Let's see, go here again, here. I think I need to lower the terrain on that side to make it work. Can I flatten it? I might need a little bit more strength. It's getting risky with the size. I don't know, I might have to reconnect it. Doesn't seem like it wants to go down here. Somehow the tunnel connection is way higher than the internal tunnel. Not sure if the incoming trains still have a huge bump. Seems like this is, well, there's still a gap of a half a meter. But the outgoing train coming through the tunnel from the other side is what is really, really tough. I think maybe if we need to raise this area instead. Maybe that will help. Okay, risky. That is risky. That is super risky. It doesn't change the drop. The connection is still the same. We'll smoothen it out, we'll ignore it, but I have to lower it back down to what it was. Lower it a little bit. Yeah. Maybe if I start understanding this tool a little bit more, I can figure it out. But right now we are going to get out of this mode and leave this be. I mean, it works, it just looks weird. Happiness went down to 77. Lots of expulsion from university. Weird. This one is full with students. Yeah, I guess it's a new residential building, right? They're probably also waiting to move into their own flat. Some of them are still studying. Regarding the rail connection, I've been thinking a little bit. What if we had the train line also go into this hill instead of across here? Then we can leave this terrain alone. But then again, I would like an above ground rail line to leave this area and not just into the nether. Invisible for everyone. I think we had to be at, what was it, 52? Current height 9 meters from this area. So 45, okay, that's not a lot. No, let's try. 45. So if we try again, does it look fine? Do we need another bridge? This is too low. I mean, I think it looks okay. And then we can go down a little bit. Actually, we can just go up a little bit more. So we have to go up. We have to go up another 3 meters, I think. $45, $48. I was kind of scared there because it felt like it was going very slowly. But that should then be enough. I also would like to use the truss bridge. But for testing, it's complaining about the pillars, not the height so far. Oh, I have to go up for 12. that way. It's going down a little bit, isn't it? So we're at 36 meters plus 11, 47.3. So we're a little bit up. 9 meters should be enough, yeah. Hello, Tillman. What did I say? 47.3. So we're at 36 plus 11.3, 47.3. What you say? That 9 meters should be enough. I tried that before and it wouldn't let me. Now it does. But, oh yeah, now it does when I go down to. But that's because I guess it's a little bit higher, but it actually looks pretty good. Let's lower it a little bit. Lower it by half a meter. I mean, the whole area will look a little bit different, but just for testing. The whole bridge would be a waiting platform. I don't like it actually. Like, I don't want the trains to be parked on the bridge. Also, passenger trains, I don't know how long they will be. Oh, maybe it complained about the same thing last time. So that looks about the same height. It's going down not noticeably, I don't think. Could use the round bridge. I don't want to use it everywhere. I'm considering using the tunnel and just going into the mountain on that side. Basically having the trains stick into the tunnel when they arrive here. So making it face something like that. Train platform is a cool idea and a challenge. We will see if it's gonna be cool, but yeah. Trains are interesting. I mean, they're basically like an above ground metro to me. We can use that to deliver workers to... also it should be electrified, but we have to make a network that doesn't care about our power plant or any transformer being on fire. So we don't run into issues with the train line if it's electrified. So the idea is just to have the train come through here. Do you know you can mix metro station rail with electrified rail and make mixed lines? I thought that didn't work. I thought trains could run on... I thought metros could run on train lines, but trains can't run on metro lines. Wasn't it that way? Because electrified trains... we would need to test that. Because then I could use my above ground metro station that I actually wanted to use. But I don't want to have a metro. It would only work if I could have electrified trains going into the metro platform. And as far as I remember, that didn't work, but that might be outdated information. So my initial idea was to use this station. And have the train line come through here. But it did say could only use metro, which I guess makes sense. And you say you can have trains go onto this. I don't know if I should build everything to find out. Oh, let's just stick with the idea of a tunnel rail line. Ah, the snapping again. Game crashed when I pressed F3 again. I think we'll hold off on that. I might test it before in single player, see if I can run an electrified train on the metro track. And if yes, then we can make a way more interesting setup. Because then we could just run our trains into the metro network of Hellas and deliver them there instead. The network right now isn't really set up to do that, because they would be going past the rail construction area, but if we could deliver them to the first stop in Hellas, was it University? Yeah. Yeah, but I'll test it first. I'll test it single player and we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that idea. I mean, I could test it on stream right now, but there are some other things I need to plan, namely the road to the coal mine area itself, and the industrial train to the coal mine. We already have quite a few things to build train-wise, and adding more to that might be a bit much. Okay, these trains are back, and loading a save game, they keep their color. Well, most of them. There are 3 white train cars. Oh no, this one didn't. Okay. Well, let's file that under a bug report then. Not sure which train cars lose color. But we definitely have a bunch of gray cars now. Yellow is missing, some of the blue cars are missing. And this is completely gray again. I also wanted to get more iron ore trains. They also have 8 cars, right? 2, 4, 6, yeah. We will make more iron ore trains, because otherwise our iron mine will be a little bit bored. Which it has been for a while. Okay, this happened again. This shouldn't happen. I don't know when this happens. These are just running back and forth, so they go here and then to Hellas, and sometimes they go into refuel and then want to drive back out. And somehow one of the trains decided that it could move out into this block, even though we have chain signals here. This is just construction trains, there's chain signal here. And this is an iron train, which said, I want to refuel. So it went here, and then just said, I'm gonna refuel. I don't care. This could end badly, but we're gonna... No, this won't work, this won't work, this won't work. This train is gonna get in the way because it's not gonna move through the fuel station, so we're gonna move it out of the way that way. We could solve that with turnaround loop somewhere. But I have no idea how this train is allowed to get onto this block. If there's a train standing in it. Because then this is red. Unless of course the train moves in through here and it's still... Now it's out of the block, now it's green. I don't know. This confuses me quite a bit. Start your... Maybe it's related to save game loading or something. Because it very rarely happens. It basically happens whenever both gas stations are occupied at the same time. And if we add more trains to it, then, well, that problem is going to become more likely. Also, the iron trains shouldn't go through this. That makes it even more likely. After the customs house. Yeah, please be here. I don't want the iron trains going through the gas station. I don't want any train going through the gas station unless they want to refuel. Customs house. I'm going to set them up all manually now. This line. And yeah, don't go through the gas station. We just have to micromanage all of the lines now, which is fine. I mean, we've been doing that since the start, so... Do not use the gas station. Go here. And this one. And if you have to refuel, you can use that one if you catch it at the right time, or you can use this one, which is intended for you. We'll let it run, see if it comes up with any issues. If not, we'll add more iron trains, because the export distance is getting quite far. That would be a lot of trains, that would look so cool, I think. But in the end, they have to actually go to the Eastern Customs House, because the money in US dollars is not that high anymore. Getting 1,000,000 rubles. I mean, the inflation for rubles is ridiculous, right? Getting rubles is actually not that useful. We should just make sure that we get enough money in rubles and then not add more to it. So I guess the iron export to the west is still the better way. Otherwise we will need a dedicated trading route. Let's assemble... we have... I think we have 3 iron ore trains right now. We used to have 4, but I think it's down to 3. Yeah. Problem. Oh, you can't get from this line to your... Okay, I got it, I got it. After unloading you can't actually get to the line. We can't get to the iron line from this side, so we have to build that first. We need a train connection here. Otherwise it won't work. Ah, those signals. Unfortunate. This kind of makes me want to play SimRail again. I haven't played that in a while. I haven't really played it much at all. Basically a train simulator in contemporary Poland. Seemed very detailed. Also very complex for someone who doesn't really run trains. We'll build that and then we can set up the iron ore train route to go back through the right lane. Unless of course it does it by itself, but I'll have to wait and see. And now we have 4 vehicles on our metro line. 4 double-sized vehicles. We will need more once we hook up Krasna too, because it will be a little bit longer of a train route. We're still building towards that. $28,000 workdays of tunnel boring through Kirarush. And then this bit to the end station. And then they could also think about getting repairs here. I would like to see if the actual depot works. So if we get a metro that has somewhere, I would trigger the repairs at minimal levels. We will need to find one that has been sitting around in a depot or running for a bit already. And then we might find out. 7% is already enough to trigger that. So we'll see if it gets repairs or not. The assumption is that if they go to this end station, that they might realize that they can go to this depot to get repairs, which would be the ideal case. We'll remove the signals just in case they interfere with the ability for metros to get repairs. Let me write down the... Oh, they already wrote it down with the train colors. Shame about that. Also, the rail line should be built really quickly. I think we can already assemble a train for iron ore. My shunting train can basically do that. Since we don't need metros right now, you can move over back to this depot and we'll prepare some trains with train cars. Otherwise I could also buy 2 trains and just buy the wagons and let them all pick them up. Cargo wagon 1624, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 colors. I guess I bought 1 extra. We only needed 24. Well, I guess we'll have an extra train car sitting around. We'll get 2 trains and then pull all of the, or most of the train cars in. Actually, we're gonna get 3 trains. Yeah. It's gonna be iron ore, so it's gonna be red. Still have to hook up all of the road construction connections here. Building from 2 sides might speed things up. Yeah, less than $1 million now for lumber. Still very good. More than 1,000 per ton. But the price dropped a little bit. Here's our metro. En route to repair station, it says. So presumably it has found out that it can get repairs at the depot, and that means we don't need a dedicated repair station on the end station. Which is good. That means I don't have to relocate the heat exchanger up here, which was in the way of that repair station. Seems like we'll be fine. And it's gonna move straight through the end station towards the repair station. There will be plenty of people in that repair station being happy that they can actually do something. Oh, okay, never mind, they're already doing a lot. But yeah, being happy that they can repair a metro, I guess. Don't know if the signals helped. I'm gonna leave them removed, because when it comes back out it won't have a signal in its way. Look at that repair speed. Well, it's only 7% damage, but still. 36 workers. And some more repairs, it looks like. Cool. That means this is working. I presume. I assume that manually triggered repairs will behave the same way as an automatically triggered one. amount of workers in here is a little bit low. But I guess it's balancing itself based on the demand. We're also sending a lot of workers directly to the bus stop, but from here they should be able to find employment. Most of them will be sent to the heating plant area. Adding more personal vehicles could lead to a lot of traffic here. But this bus stop kinda adds like a line spacer. Some students. Was that like... Okay, I thought it was just students driving a car here. Yeah, seems to be working fine. Got enough capacity for all students now. We are 150 citizens away from another research point. Did I trigger a research? Preliminary situation says I didn't. We had waste separation, we had gas power plant. Air traffic control tower towards the medical helicopter. Pollution reduction. Wind turbines for gas station along the road, but we basically solved that with some cheap power lines instead. Could go towards a TV station, but the radio is already supplying so much that I don't think we'll really need that. Unless they're watching foreign TV and we need to intervene. Could also at some point get started on all the fire prevention research, which would basically increase the durability of our buildings. Just because they don't burn down as often. I mean, I don't think we've lost a building due to fire yet. We had one garbage storage collapse because we had it disconnected from the road network for a very long time. But no building collapsed due to fire, if I remember correctly. Maybe it did in the beginning. Also, we need to expand our tourism area. Now that we have a metro, tourists shouldn't go anywhere. They should wait here for the metro. Looks like it's really full, but it's actually not. We have a lot of room in those train cars. 93 students is a lot. We decided to build a school here, so a lot of those students should actually be leaving the metro and entering that school. $103 of them didn't, but that could be that they are actually studying for university education. I think that might be all of them, so maybe they'll get out on... Well, I guess they were loaded at the university, so I don't know. What happened here? Hellas Old Town North. Why are you... Oh, is that the train that came back after repairs and now is like, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Well, if that happens every time, it's gonna be annoying. So we might still have to set up the end station repair station, just to make sure they get repairs without having to travel out of the network. But that shouldn't really happen. Sorry for the delay. We couldn't unload anyone, everyone. Interesting. I thought they had way more capacity. I mean, the train station has a lot of capacity. I thought these ones had like 900? 600 only, okay. Well, if we don't find local employment, then I guess that is bound to happen. Ideally, we would only unload them transfer at the university stop, I think. So the Old Town transfer unload is maybe not correct. Do we even load people at university? I mean, probably, because they need a school education and they can't really get that from the university area. They get that either in North at the large school or in Old Town here. So I guess we will still load students and tourists there, but not anyone else. At university, don't load workers, except those that need an education. Don't load kids with basic education because they will want higher education, but load these ones as well. And no transfer stop at Old Town, I think. Except, of course, students, I guess. We could unload them. Students and workers without an education could be transfer unloaded there, if we really wanted to, but they should already get unloaded directly into the building. I mean, the metro is already over half full. We have 600 people in here, 212 students. How's the university holding up? Good so far. Could use a few more more workers, but with that metro coming in, it might get it. Some of them are jumping ship. I guess they all have too low loyalty and we're carrying them around and they're gonna be in the way. We also have to tell workers to, if they wait too long here, they have to go to the bus stop, because from there they get carried to the iron mine. We don't need to tell passengers or students to go anywhere, and tourists are also free to pick. Well, I like the metro in the game. What do you think about that? Metro is nice, yeah, if it works. Unfortunately, you can't really split the metro up underground, so it's a little bit limited in scope. But then again, you already need a very large city to make it useful. I like it a lot. Not sure what else to say. There we go. Here's some people. All of the workers, I guess, that came from the metro now walking to the bus stop, which already has a lot of people waiting on it. I mean, we could tell them to walk back and forth, but that would be a little bit ridiculous. Students should walk to the metro so they can get picked up and carried to a school if they don't get picked up by a bus. Jesus. That building is not large enough for all of them. We need to expand our tourism industry. Each building for tourism would set up 150 workers with employment. And we basically wanted to have 2 more hotels here for a total of 300 workers. Just needed to go ahead and move it back a little bit so I have some room to place down trees once the hotels are in place. That would leave enough room for some trees in front of the building, as well as not having the hill directly against the building. And we'll get 2 more hotels set up and hook them up with the supply routes that we currently have. And then we see if we have enough. Each building takes only 10 cubic meters of heat water, which is very good. And workers can be brought here by metro, which is also very good. I'm really interested in the idea of having the metro line go through this, into the mountain again. And we set up a metro station just for the tourist area back here, and hook it up through the above ground section. I don't know. Maybe once we extend our tourism with regular means, maybe we can do that later. I also have the ability to place a few extra hotels, I guess, that are not on top of that hill. These ones are the lower capacity one with more food capacity, like lower people capacity but more resource capacity. Could have some 3-star hotels that are close by but not directly next to the premium area, so they have a longer footpath. But they'd basically be using the same facilities, I guess. Maybe that'll encourage them to use this underground footpath if we extend a footpath connection directly to the exit. So they don't have to walk over here, they can just walk immediately into the building. And maybe this one is also short enough. Although they do have an entrance here, which is very conveniently located, I guess. Maybe we shouldn't have the... maybe we shouldn't force unload workers. Maybe we should just have them in the trains, so that basically the students that can't study anywhere get carried around in the metro all the time. Let's stop with the transfer unload. And just load and unload whoever. Like, if you get loaded, it's fine. The metro will sort it out. Maybe me adjusting the line caused the metro issue. We should also see a construction train arriving here soon. They still have to drill out that tunnel. Let's set up the iron trains. I'm gonna sell one train car so it's easier to... What are we selling? Oh, the locomotives didn't move out. Interesting. But yeah, let's sell a white train car, and then we have 24 plus 6 trains. Hopefully that's enough. I really wonder if I should reserve one of the exits from the customs house just for purchases. Let's go send the trains over to pick them up instead. And they're going to be knowing what they should be doing. And they can pull the trains and the train cars out, and then if they should pull the train cars out, then we can add those to the line as well. Okay, why are you on different routes? Yes, and the train depot. Why is that different routes? I don't know. Because it's different trains. Wow. Maybe it's because they're different train sizes, I don't know. Well, yeah, go pick up some train cars, I guess. Slowly making our way through the construction process of all of these roads. Maybe next year we can sow all the fields. And we're also slowly building towards this section. We can set up the next farm, but the fields for it will have to wait a little bit. We're still not done with the fields on that side. But I think the farming area looks pretty good. Without the trees it wouldn't look half as good, I think. And they're very easy to add. Maybe they would also hide the fact of overlapping, fields with their fences. But I've decided to try and prematurely fix that by adding the extra roads. Okay, what research? Since we're slowly developing towards farming, I guess it's gonna be the waste separation edification. And then we have to think about the fact that we will get biological waste out of Hellas and Segadoaha. But let's get the research started. That will play into our recycling scheme. We don't have anything set up for recycling yet, so nothing should break if we research this. We'll throw everyone behind the research, and the students will have to wait. The most loyal ones will find a waiting place if they take a little bit longer with the research. But it shouldn't be that bad. Let's watch our construction trains go through the rail network. I don't think it's going to work out. Because they're both trying to go through the same lane and they will just collide with the other trains. We basically need to set this up as a one-way incoming train section now. But we'll try, see what happens. Maybe it'll figure itself out once it enters the end station. If not, then we'll just send it back home and let it try again. Tunnel boring machine should be able to get through, because it's on the right lane. Not sure if it's going to switch to the correct exit. I do not want to shut down the metro for building the next section. So you should stay on the right lane. You should go to the right lane too and then switch to the left one at some point. That won't work. And that won't work at all. I'm gonna send you back home, I think. Try again. Are you still assigned for construction is the question. You are not. Maybe we'll have to finish the tunnel construction first to get to the end station, and then we can build the last section from the other side. I don't know. Right now we can't build it. We might have to shut down the metro to finish it, which would not really... That would not be great. And if that doesn't work, then if they can't build this at all, then we have to make some sort of loop at the end, which would be even weirder. Because I thought the end stations would handle that. But we'll see. Imagine sitting in the back of the metro and seeing a train like that behind you. And they warm it up by turning it on while they're riding behind you. Would be an experience. Some more workers here, maybe? Hello Checker, welcome to the stream. Need to reduce the amount of sellers here a little bit, just to have an extra bit of capacity if we need it. Not that the hill should be running into any supply issues. I'll still move it down. Okay, so I guess we're gonna... Oh. Yeah, one of the metros is waiting for the tunnel boring machine to move out of the way, which is fine. It's gonna be out of the way soon. We will, I guess, continue building the way we are and see if we can get back to the other metro side without having to shut down the metro wholesale. That's an interesting. My global what's my global loyalty rate? It's 61, but that's because I have a radio station. The radio station boosts it up to 70, and on hard difficulty, and we have an average of 61. So the loyalty gain from people listening to the radio is fairly high. We are running something which is called low-tech, so we are restricted on what research we can do, and that's the reason why we don't have a TV station yet. Otherwise we could be much further ahead with all of the money we've been saving up. But yeah, we're on the hardest difficulty. Something happened to our market and I don't know what. We're gonna move more train cars to the house. Let's set the other two up too. I don't know why I can't assign them. I wonder if it's something specific with G22. Why they all seem to be creating their own route instead of joining. It's weird. If it also happens for the iron ore, then it would be weird, but I think those ones are upgraded already onto G22, yeah, and they all have the same route. The empty train engines seem to be behaving a little bit weird. We have built the other track section, so now we can add the oh, they're already picking the correct side. Never mind, I don't need to add it. That is correct. I could still add it though. But that could mess up with their refueling. I'll leave it. With the other trains running right now, we'll probably get all of the missing train cars. And then we can add a few extra, 3 extra iron trains for export. Research program is done. So we have 0 spare researches left. To get the biological waste out of the area, I guess what we could also do is set up another one of these and then have the train connection somewhere completely different. We would get about half the mixed waste as biological waste. So if I set up another one of these instead, we could get a factory connection. Seems like it won't work. Yeah, we would need to be further out. I mean, we can deliver it anywhere. We could deliver it straight to train station. We could attach another storage here just for biological waste, and then have trains come in here that load only biological waste and move it over. I think we need a composting plant. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need a local composting plant. Move all of the waste into that. And the resulting fertilizer needs to go into a different train station. Similar to this. But yes, we could have a dedicated train here for that. So we could also set that up for Hellas and Segadua. So we wouldn't drop the biological waste in here. Or we move the mixed waste over into a container and use this for biological waste to be turned into fertilizer. But I think running through a composting plant is probably a little bit cleaner and also faster. I assume we're going to get a lot of biological waste out of Hellas. If we run a composting plant next to the heating plant area, is it possible to carry compost with any... It's not possible to carry it with conveyor, but I guess it can go through a factory connection. Because the composting plant does have that. Creates a bunch of pollution too. I'm going to turn down the music a bit. It's a little bit loud. Let me lower the sound while I adjust things a little bit. Come on. There's no fine control for YouTube that I found, so I have to... I guess I have to turn it down in Windows. Let's go for half. Let's bring the sound back. There we go. If it's too quiet, let me know. I can raise it up again. Maybe next stream we're gonna go with the default music for a bit. So composting plant into a storage that is hooked up to the train setup, train network. How large is the composting plant? About that size. That can't fit here. I don't believe it. This would fit probably. Yeah. Or here. But we don't really have access to workers in this area. Some of them are going to the fire station, but they're already... It's already asking for quite a bit to make that work. And the other option would be a fertilizer storage here on this factory connection train station. Maybe the music is a little bit quiet. Let me bring it up again. 10% lower than before. If we had the connection over here to this train station, that would be great, but this is not built for that. The other option would be to misuse the construction storage for that, but no, also not possible. This won't work. I don't think the fertilizer can transmit through that. Ideally, I would like a dump with a claw machine so we can load it really quickly, like the other mixed waste. And that could theoretically be anywhere, really. It could be basically here, after the refueling station. Or it could be here, and we drop it off the main road into a dump. That would be the storage for after it runs through the composting plant. Let's pick the right building because it's a little bit larger. It would go through the same train connections, I guess. Not quite. We only really need one train line here. And then the road needs to be hooked up. And the train would be just as long as the storage in this. And the other problem would be what happens if we run full on fertilizer, biological waste, etc. So that storage can be anywhere on the train network. It doesn't have to be in the same area here. But we do have to get the waste there. It would be a similar waste setup as this one, except just for biological waste, and I guess it could then also hold metal scrap and plastic at some point that we could handle explicitly. I mean, this is the main waste storage for our town. And I don't want to put more than 2 resources in it. Except if we shift everything over to the side and we have another storage next to it. Then we could add another resource, basically. The other option is this area, but I think that might be used for a train station at some point. And the tourist area, putting a bunch of fertilizer here for, well, biological waste that needs to be turned into fertilizer. I guess the right choice would be a composting plant that then has an output storage for trucks to carry it away. Composting plant could be handled by Klibriosk. Or our village that handles logging, because it isn't really profitable anymore, so they should be doing something useful, right? We have only 3 logging trains. What if we had the fertilizer storage hooked up here to pick up the fertilizer from? Can't really use that one, unfortunately. That one is... well, it was meant for lumber pickup, but we're not really supplying enough wood for that to matter. But yeah, we have the ability to have one train that picks up fertilizer and distributes it. And we only really have 1 farming area. So the idea is the composting plant, supplied via road around this logging camp, and then this connection would go into a storage for fertilizer. So all waste would need to be delivered here. We don't really have electricity, water or sewage in that way. Maybe the logging camp needs to be relocated. That would hook it up. But then the factory connection probably won't. Let's place the composting plant first and see if we can then match the storage towards it. Electricity, water, sewage doesn't need anything else. Factory connection out that way somehow. And now a waste storage. So every bit of compostable material needs to go here by truck first. So we do need our dedicated storages in Segaduara and Hellas, for which we will have dedicated routes bringing the biological waste to the composting plant, which has to run at all times. We do have a footpath connection that we can use. The road connection is definitely not going to be ideal for this. Don't have any bulldozers in that construction office, you're telling me. I guess I only have the maintenance construction office in the area. I mean, from a concept point of view, this would work, right? If they can walk to this. If they can't, then I don't think it'll work. And I don't want them to drive here by car as their only means of transportation. If we can reach a residential building, we'd be fine. Right now, we can't yet. Maybe I just set up another village for this. Where could that be? Basically over here, right? We could have a small settlement in this area. On this hillside. Just a small off-ramp. No real ramp, just a connection into a settlement area. And they have a small grocer and a bus route going to Hellas. So similar to what Klibriusk is. But another settlement for that. And from there we would need to find a way to hook it up to the train network. Can we haul fertilizer with a cableway station? Because that would be kind of useful. Then we could have a cableway station down here and put the fertilizer onto the rail network. It doesn't show here, but you know that we can transport waste. So let's check the cableway cars. Cargo cars. There it is, fertilizer. So we should research the cableway cars, and then we can carry the fertilizer down into a train storage area instead. If it works, like if we can directly store it that way from a composting plant. That also means we could have the composting plant somewhere completely different. But I do like the idea of making a small settlement. How many people do we need for the composting plant? $75, so that would be a decently sized settlement. And then I guess we could use the road connection over here. Do we also come up the hill, maybe? And share some services with Clibriusk? Or I just do everything at Clibriusk and carry it over into a storage on this side with a cableway station? I'm really tempted to figure out a way to just... Where could I hook up a waste storage with a cableway station? I mean, I don't want to move this hill back endlessly. We could set it up from some Musca. They already have a decent amount of workers. And then have the fertilizer across the river with a small bridge. Now that we know that the cableway station can do that, I wonder what else it could do. Composting plant next to our other waste storages if it is in walking distance, and then a cableway car going across the river. Let's see if that'll work. Composting plant, definitely in walking distance from here. Is it still in walking distance if we do something like that? All the way up here? Yes, easily. I think for fertilizer we should probably plan for a... I shouldn't have that much throughput, but if I'm planning for a small... Okay, how much can this output? 25 tons per day. If we're getting 10 cableway cars of 4 tons per day, yeah, we'd be safe. Let's plan for a heavy cableway station. Let's place the cableway station first. We need 100 more workers to actually research steel cables. Now the connections for this is not great. But it's cableway cars, so it means we could also place it anywhere. We could have it on the hill for all I know. We need the cableway cars to actually figure that out. Run it in between here. Composting plant. I think we'll try that. There's even a nice ledge here that the game provided. I need it, and I need some terraforming vehicles. It can't be helped. There's a little section of road here. Get me one bulldozer and one excavator, please. I'll wait. So we're going to deliver the biological waste into a storage. The composting plant has an internal storage of only 39 tons, but it's going to get carried over across the river, where there will be more storage capacity. another 200 tons of mixed waste to be... I guess we're gonna use this one instead then. Have the cableway station hook up to this. We will need a bridge here, so we can maintain this. We can have the bridge across here. The cableway station is gonna carry the waste over on this side, I believe. We will need one train connection on either side. And then the problem will be I actually want this to move to the farm area, so it needs to go through that junction. So I guess we'll have it over here. We can carry it over with a cableway car here and then to the storage itself. And it will have electricity that way. But it will need a lot of electricity, so the electricity from this area won't be enough, I don't think. 1.3 up to 1.3 megawatts. And this is only hooked up with a medium voltage connection. A small medium voltage connection. So I guess we'll put the storage over here where we know we have a better connection. And then carry it along the river with the cableway cars this way. And I mean, we could also set up a dedicated electric connection for it. And we could also set the composting plant up somewhere else. I don't think I want to carry it through town, but yeah, let's wait for the terraforming vehicles to get here before we set that up. I guess Samaska is going to handle composting. It's a fairly long way for the trucks to drive. For biological waste through Hellas Hills. Seems kind of odd. And the other idea is the settlement over here. Have it be carried over here and then into a downhill storage. Or we can just have a train tunnel go up and then just pick up the fertilizer from there. There's too many decisions. Too many options, really. I need a drink. Okay. And yeah, then once we have the cableway cars, we can also set up the worker delivery to the iron mine with that. Phase out the bus route, which has been running for quite a while and taking a lot of buses. That would reduce traffic a bit. Tunnel boring machine doing an excellent job. Hopefully it'll work. Shutting down the whole metro just to build the last section of track would be annoying. I think I'm gonna go with the settlement here. So Maska is already doing lumber. I'm gonna say you are gonna do fertilizer production. It's gonna be a really small one. There's gonna be a bus route for everything into Hellas. Maybe even a shared bus route with what we have here. So first they go to this settlement, down this road into Klibriusk and then Hellas and then back out here. That means I will need my terraforming vehicles in this area instead. And we're going to put it right on top of the hill. with a cableway station that brings it down into a storage along the river. I don't know if these storages can catch fire. I think they can. The fire station over here would then have to travel along this road to the storage area. And also perform maintenance down here, whereas the village up here would just handle all of the biological waste coming in and turning it into fertilizer. I think that's what we're gonna do. So we'll have to move our terraforming vehicles over to this area and get to work. I guess they're also gonna pick a weird way to refuel here, but that's okay. Let's take down that dirt road. Oh yeah, I also need to check on the iron trains, especially while the other vehicles are still traveling there. We have 15 train cars. We should have more at the customs house, right? Oh no, they are all already here. We just can't see them. Let's move them in blue, blue, yellow. Yep, they're all already here. Okay, that is our shunting train. Iron ore. Iron ore. And another iron ore. 3 times the amount of iron trains right now. A little bit of extra load onto the network. More trains running around, why not? And maybe at some point we can prepare more trains, because I still think that they will not be enough. Well, we'll see. Wow, that looks neat. I really enjoyed doing the Hellas Hills area, even if it was a little bit fiddly. I think it looks nice. That could be its own town style. Could also develop this way and have it behind the hill. Leave a little bit of a hill here. I think I'll have it on top. Take a little bit off the top. Place a few houses there. We can use low density housing so it doesn't look as small. Planning for at least like 200 workers. Could use some low quality rural flats. Never had any problem with those. Questionable building decision. Or we just use these again. They were pretty good. We would need 4 houses of these. We'll see. Let's wait for the terraforming vehicles to get here first. Oh, you had to brake because of a truck overtaking you. That's sad. Does this one also cut in front of you to brake you? No? That one's nice. Neat. We need to put traffic signs here to not slow down traffic going through. Yeah. We'll need to set up biological waste handling. And we need to set up a storage for biological waste, which I think could be here. On the highway, basically. Just 2 storages should be enough, but we can plan for maybe 3. We'll set it up in its own little bit of an area. I think this tunnel might therefore be up. Oh no, this could be the composting plant. No, we're not going to do that. That would be a little bit silly. Since they have to travel all the way through here, could be in this area. If we move this back a bit and have the storage over here. We'll try that. I guess we shouldn't really plan for the storage running full. Let's give it a factory connection. Let's put a one-way road as an off-ramp in this area. Doesn't need to be that long. Just for vehicles to get onto and off this. Okay, that will be a little bit problematic. We have to move all of this back. Oh no, I don't. What am I doing? It already had 2 connections, never mind. I just realized that it is a road with a double connection. So we don't have to worry. I just tried to be too fancy, we just have to connect these like so. Trucks can come in, unload waste. Trucks will stay here waiting to pick up waste and move it into the composting plant area. So this will be our biological waste storage. I don't know if I abbreviated these ones, I didn't. So we have one storage where the technical services are connected to, and we have one storage where the waste is being hauled away. And the hazardous waste truck is always in here. And we could add one more waste to it. Similar to the biological waste, we could drop another waste type that is very infrequent in this. Like, for example, plastic, metal scrap, and aluminum would probably deserve their own storage. Which I guess I could have probably planned to have that next here. I mean, there's more room. As I said, this tunnel could go away at some point. I thought we'd have more residential buildings, but if we're gonna put in fertilizer waste here, that might not work anymore. We're gonna speed up the construction of these. Assigning all road construction. And then the trucks would bring it to the composting plant, and the composting plant would compost it into fertilizer and load it onto a train dump, similar to this, but only for fertilizer. And then there would be a dedicated train like this, waiting to just load the fertilizer and move it to the farm area, where we will need a unloading station for the fertilizer. Which we could put back here, so the same route as the depot, but instead of going into the depot, we would then go to the storage for fertilizer here. And we're going to use this storage with the claw machine. I don't think fertilizer rots down any further, so it shouldn't generate any pollution, but I guess we'll find out. And then a local truck from here per farm could bring the resource to the field, to the farm itself, from which it can get distributed. We don't need this switch setup. Well, it was useful. We just saw that at the other large train depot. It was really useful for moving trains out. Maybe we'll need 2 trains at some point here. I don't think so. We shouldn't... Well, I don't know. Fertilizer should not be necessary in these quantities. But we do maybe need 2 trains because we also have to export the excess fertilizer. We can't just keep it around. So I might have to have 2 trains just for the fact that I'm going to run to the either customs house or the incinerator to get rid of the fertilizer that we don't need. That one has multiple electric connections, so that'll be fine. We'll assign not just the Segadoaha construction offices, but all of them. Because assigning the Segadoaha ones was a mistake. They don't actually get things done that much, because they're still busy with their own town over there. Still gotta do more fields, not right now. Looks like they arrived, but they gotta refuel first. So I'm thinking a grocer, some houses, maybe a small football playground, waste storage, heating plant definitely. Not gonna draw a heating pipe all the way. I think that would be more expensive than placing a small heating plant anyway. Coal picked up from these storages. would be fine. Speaking of coal being picked up, we do have a dedicated pickup location now, so to not have to wait that long, you can actually pick it up from here. That was incorrect. We need to remove that one. So yes, you can load from here instead. Is there any other truck that needs to be changed? Somaska? There you go. I also realized you can load directly from the engine transfers. It's very slow. About as slow as loading from the storage, but yeah, you can load from these buildings too, for some reason. Let's make sure the routes are set up correctly. Yep. Seems okay. And neither of these has a coal loading command anymore, so it's fine. Looks like either there's a fire or we're lacking some workers here. Or they shut off a heating plant because of balancing. 2 heating plants per heat exchangers, basically. They can balance the loads however they see fit. So yeah, I think a small heating plant, taking care of a few people living here. Flatten out the mountain about that height, get rid of this. That will also presumably put us over the amount of getting a cableway station, which is what we need after. And then we have to set it up, delivering the fertilizer down. So many vehicles. And there we go, refueled and ready to go. But we do need the bulldozer instead of the excavator, so gotta wait for that one to actually change its lane and turn. Oh, that bus. Okay. Well, that wouldn't have worked that nicely if we had physics. So yeah. It's just gonna be a bunch of extra buses basically, carrying people around. We're gonna extend the Clibrios route, and that will be good enough. And probably get a road connection here, up this hill. If it'll let us. That's not what I wanted. That's what I want. No. Whatever. Okay. That should give us a nice road connection. It's not up the hill completely, but we'll get there. We need this to not be red if possible. Red won't connect through. Yeah, that should work. Okay, then we can take off the top of this mountain a little bit and plan a settlement up here. Doesn't have to be very large, As I said, just a heating plant, some houses, a grocer for some food, meat, nothing else. Very basic. Water, sewage, technical office, in range of this one probably, doesn't have any waste trucks. Or the one from Klibriusk. Waste storage is down here, so they can definitely handle that as an extra bit. Waste delivery. Almost looks good, but we have to remove some roads here to smoothen out that kink. Very nice. Very, very nice. Then we're up here. We will have a road connection still into this area from the main road to the heating plant. Just a simple grocer. We will need electricity, water, sewage. We have heating plant. We will need a bus stop slash platform. I think I'm gonna go with a bus stop. So we might have to redo all of this. Let's put a small bus stop here at the entrance of town. I'll have a service road here that's going to be gravel, where we will have our electricity, water and sewage, I think. I'm going to put them on that road because they then do not cause any pedestrian crossing if they're on a gravel road. I'm going to shorten that, we don't need it to be that long. I don't think we even need a doctor. I think we can just carry them down here to the doctor's office, so it's a very, very, very small settlement. But they do need maintenance, they do need logistics, they do need to be taken care of. Electricity probably comes from this settlement as well. If we still have a connection, we have one left. Other option includes a connection from the heating plant, where we have one left. I think the heating plant area is probably going to be the best bet, since I don't see this one expanding, although that also provides electricity into town. Yeah, we have the high voltage switch. We're going to use that one, I think. It's going to be annoying to get there though. go over to the bridge and then follow the bridge, I guess. Gotta get underneath that tunnel. Oh god. Better. Yeah, I think we're gonna just follow the bridge. We will redo this wire to be a little bit prettier. Let's just get the basic concept down first. We should not have snapped to that height. Disable snapping. There we go. Go underneath here. Go through. Follow the road. This is going to take a while to dig out because of how deep it is. I think I'm going to redo some of these sections to make them look a little bit more reasonable. Alternatively, I should just use an above ground wire. Let's use an above ground wire. Can we cross the river with that? I don't know, we're going to find out. We are doing some construction work here. Well, we're trying to. Apparently there's a bus trying to get here and it can't, so we will cancel that construction and wait until all the other roads are done. Otherwise we'll run into a few issues. I've already seen my town lose about 7,000 population from a traffic jam. Let's not repeat that. Thankfully we were on slow speed, so it was okay. So that'll be the bus route into Klibriusk. Main road here, left-hand turn into the smallest of settlements. Let's remove that wire and get an above ground one. If we're going to go above ground, then I guess we could also go from here. How much electricity does the composting plant need? 0.05, so nothing. It basically needs to keep the lights on. We'll move the wire past the settlement across the river. And we have to cross this road. And we can't cross this river. Other idea, electricity from our switch next to Tabovina. And lay a transformer just for that purpose over here. Narrowing the river would be the other solution, but I don't want to do that. So I guess we will have to use an underground wire. Maybe this area is going to be a little bit easier. It's going to follow the terrain slope automatically. Wherever it's can we follow it? Can we follow the terrain precisely by staying as high as possible? No, it'll still go deep underground if it can. That takes too much time. Can we have a longer connection with these wires? Yes, they would work. What about the 1.5? They would not work, but they would work here. What about 1.2 in that area? They would also work. Then I guess I just need to find a different place to cross. That'll be our power line. We can start the road construction. That one is kind of final. We will need a name for that settlement, Lioslav. And then, as I said, a grocer, some houses, a waste storage, and that should be it, I believe. Let's put the waste storage down first, I guess. I need to get into the habit of planning waste storages a bit more. We will also need a settlement to handle a incinerator fairly soon. Because if we could get the waste trains off of the customs house, that would also increase throughput. And we really don't need a lot of workers to run an incinerator. It would be the same as the composting plant. That could be more towards the center of the map and handled by Segaduara, a village next to it. And I think the last building we need that is a service building would be a kindergarten, I guess. We could also ignore that and just say whenever you have to take care of children, you have to take care of children. And we're not going to give you a kindergarten. Because the amount of workers is so low that it's not really that important. If we're going to go with 200 citizens, we need either 10 of these or 7 of these. This town is also, well, this village is also going to be hooked up into the same supply network as Klibriusk and Somaska. The same supply routes would also start going here. The amount of resources being unloaded would be probably minuscule. I am also considering giving them a pub. I'm not 100% sure yet. That would be across the road. That should be 900. 90, sorry. 900 would be a bit too many. $120, 150, 108, and 2 more, yeah. Water, sewage, heating, and electricity for all of them. The road could lead to a lot of pedestrian crossings if I leave it like that. I would need to alternate basically. Hook them up in a pattern that doesn't lead to too many crossings. The pub would be, I don't know, next to the heating plant. Maybe on the exit of this road. These houses would need their own waste storage, which I didn't really plan for. But I think that would look fairly cool. Don't think we'll need much more than that. This one handles, I don't know how far. Does it handle any of our residential buildings? It does not. I think we'll let them build that road first. I might move one of the houses to get a larger waste storage so we don't need to have many waste trucks come up here. Like, move those 2 houses over a little bit, have a large waste storage here handling all of the residential buildings. Let's move one of them over. Actually, let's move that one. I mean, we can go all the way up here, I guess. If they can reach the shopping, that is. Ideally would also be the heating plant. Can any of you reach the heating plant? We don't know because the bus stop is in the way. There will be a general waste storage picked up once a month. And we also need a route going into the composting plant, because that's the whole purpose of this area. Composting plant would be close to the edge of the hill. Somewhere. This could make a lot of pollution, but I'm gonna put it at the furthest away walking distance that we... Oh, this is actually very narrow. That's the problem with workers and resources. You start building small settlements with like small buildings and your perception is fully off. Because this building large settlements looks exactly the same, except the scale is completely different. But from a planning point of view, it's exactly the same. There will be an intermediate storage for the waste, which will hopefully be used. Otherwise we could also just carry it directly down. Oh, I guess the internal storage will be enough. The problem with this one is that the road connection is directly on the cableway side, which is not great. We really need the research, so we can plan things out with the cableway poles before placing it down. Because we can build all of this and then realize, oh, it doesn't actually work. That's not really the case with most other industries. That is kinda fine. Do we really need 2 trucks here? Yeah, I guess. Sure, I'll tell you to manually move. 2 trucks seems to be overkill. We don't have that much consumption. You tell me when you have heating issues and I'll move you into a storage. Nah, just keep running. It happens every like 15 to 20 years that they need maintenance, so it's not that big of a deal. Let's speed up some of the road construction by adding some dirt roads. Not possible here. Build it too close, but that will help a little bit. I guess I'll give them a kindergarten. Making sure everyone can work as best as possible is the right decision, otherwise there could be fluctuations here, and fluctuations change the productivity, which is not what we want. Small sports, football playground will be enough. Maybe away from the main road, kindergarten and football playground. Slightly further away from the heating plant too. That will work. And then a potential pub, if they get cranky or something, if the bus road is not working properly during winter. But anything else they will have to get from a nearby town. They won't have much else. Okay. Don't move people in when houses finishes. When they're finishing, we have to set everything else up first. Food deliveries and the bus route, etc. That'll be a bit more important. Krasna board exports going to Baraslav, yet they are here for some reason. I have no idea what the train is doing over there. Okay, so you're traveling to this waypoint, which supposedly means you have to travel all the way over there to a loop. Is that why you're going over there? Because that is the loop that I built, so you have to go over there to run through this loop to get to it. It's probably from the refueling station, but yeah, that point is a little bit awkward if they have to do that, I guess. We might have to redo the refueling station here, or just unassign the waypoints. But I mean, it's like trains running a little bit further, and if you don't know about it, then you don't really care. It's inefficient though. I guess we need to make a little bit of extra room. Move the hill out a little bit. Get away from all of the citizens to make sure we don't run into pollution issues. The heating plant shouldn't output that much. The composting plant should be running a fair bit. And it will just increase the amount it will run at the larger our Republic grows. We could also have another cableway station with the unloading for all of the vehicles down here, and then bring it up, compost it, and bring it down to another area. That feels a little bit ridiculous though, especially since we have a road connection to this area. And the towns don't have to bring it here anyway. They just have to bring it to their local waste storages and they will handle everything. Let's speed up the game a bit. I guess the house will stay here. And we'll move the waste storage a little bit more central and just leave it at that. All of the houses can get to it, and that's fine. Long train depot. Oh, Tabovina, our maintenance depot. Excellent. Good choice. And the rare construction office is also doing its thing. Mostly. Turning around here, I guess. Ah, no more profits. Sad. We're actually in the minus right now. Good speed train. Bring us back. The month has been 3 days and we're in the negative. Tourism income is also very good. In US dollars, $750,000. Oh, we need to care about the other hotels, I guess. They are probably done by now. I mean, they can get resources locally, but that's not really the point. We also probably should send the tourists to a centralized drop-off point instead of to each hotel individually. So setting up a bus stop for that is probably the right idea. We're going to put gravel roads here just for the fact that they then will prefer using the footpath, hopefully. And that's the only reason. We'll change the route for the personal cars to that. And in the meantime, we'll bring some supplies here. For food, alcohol, and meat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, 3, 4, and 5. At some point the route will not be enough anymore, but we should get a warning about that. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the beach cafe. It's only from down here. We have 2 trucks running, which is way overkill. But those are our tourists, so they're important. Personal cars turning around here could be a little bit awkward, but it shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. Oh, the hotels also have 2 parking spaces. I guess they will need one for police cars and ambulances, but we could have 1 truck waiting on each hotel instead of like running a route. But this is more efficient, I guess. Even though it takes a little bit of durability off of the trucks for constantly running. That way we need fewer trucks. Okay, let's get that set up. Let me know when it's done and we will change the personal car route to the bus stop. Let me know if goods are missing, because that will be my first information that we are supplying everything insufficiently. Yep, just gotta wait for that one to finish construction. Nothing else for us to do until it's done. Looks like we're paving with manpower here. Need a bit more of that. Indoor pool in Kolata is on fire. That is our, well, only eastern outpost on the eastern border. Down here. This one. The rest has all been developed from and to the western border, on the eastern border. And we're developing towards the eastern border on the western border, if that makes sense. Construction on the tunnel is still progressing. Tunnel construction over here was close to completion last time. Okay, so it's not that close. We also still have to build this one. I guess they're building both towards Segadoara and this connection. And then from the eastern border, I mean the Soviet border, we are building this tunnel to get up to the bridge. And the other rail construction office is almost caught up. The other rail construction vehicle from the rail construction office, I mean. Have yet to set up a proper road here. Right now we don't need it, but it is planned at some point. Segadoara is very small. We have a lot of a cluster of like infrastructure here, but I think it's set up decently. The road was a little bit fiddly with the bridge because we built the road after the bridge, but it looks nice. Technically this could count as a settlement from Klibriosk. If we're going to use the same bus route, the same waste delivery, the same electricity. I guess for all intents and purposes it's its own settlement. Hello Cthulhu, welcome. Looks like these road constructions are done. We might not find a way to remove these snapping points, there's too much road traffic. Oh, game froze. It's back. Traffic into our warehouse area is also getting a little bit much. We might need a tunnel through here so we can avoid the left-hand turn situation. So instead have a road come through here with a tunnel and then an uphill ramp hooking up into this side instead. I think we'll do that because the left-hand turn is getting a little bit nasty here. Then we can remove this middle bit, so no one can do a left-hand turn anymore. But first we have to build it. And that will take a bit because it's a tunnel, and tunnels are a little bit of a pain. And I guess in that point we can also set up the road connection here. Going around that way. And this will be a one-way road. Basically coming down that way, off of this road. Something along the lines of this, but a different road type. I don't know why the road is suddenly not in front anymore here. Looks kind of weird. Wait, it'll let me do that? Interesting. That is weird. Why one way? I guess we could also have traffic come down here. This could be a regular connection, and then I guess we will have two connections up here. I assume this is what you mean by why one way. This will probably stay the same. I mean, we could also switch it up with these connections. Would look nice, I guess. But yeah, let's build all of this. Get this in place first. Probably hook up some dirt roads to act as an intermediate storage while we also replace a little bit of a section here with some one-way roads once we're done. That should help with the left-hand turn situation in that area. Bus stop is done. Personal cars do not need to go to the hotels anymore, but instead can unload directly here. And from here they can reach any hotel in the area. And hopefully pick the footpath to leave this location. One is still built, this one isn't done yet, but yeah, should be fine. Let's wait for a car to arrive and see if it works. There's no car arriving right now. There's one. First person time, I would say. Maybe not full speed. didn't need to see that. It's fine. It's only visible from the ground. The shadow looks really weird on the bridges these days, but that might be me turning down the shadow. I think you need more cars now. We'll see if the hotels still fill up or if they actually need more cars. I don't want to put too many cars on the road. I mean, we have a lot of room. Quite literally. VROOM, room. But it would be nice to actually have the demand for the cars, so we need to transport the tourists to some hotels. Left-hand turn to the touristy area. And they are in our luxurious tourist location. And they are walking along the gravel path because they are idiots. I'm gonna set up another footpath here. And I guess this one is fine. But yeah, let's see if we still get enough tourists or if we need to increase the amount of vehicles. I think we're still gonna have enough cars, probably. They have a lot of throughput. They're really good at it. Should double our tourist income now, because we have double capacity. Okay, now we should be able to see waste storage capacity. I mean, like range. It's not that far, but we can reach the shopping center from here. The road is done. Gravel footpaths for everyone, I guess. We'll have 2 pedestrian crossings, I think. One over here. And then I think one here. And then we realized that I kind of messed up with the footpath connection through this area. But it's all good. We can use the pedestrian crossing to hook this up. Somehow. That doesn't look too good. I'm gonna move the waste storage over a little bit and use that connection for the footpath here. Hopefully we can still squeeze the waste storage in here in some capacity. That basically deals with all of it. I would like to know if it also deals with the waste being generated by the kindergarten. That is a bit too large. Yep, it does. And the football playground should not make any waste on its own. We could also just put this one here. Yeah. That should be plenty. I'll put it over here, away from the road. Can reach the same buildings. Okay, no sidewalks here other than these footpath connections. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 210 citizens in the or workers in this area. Let's get those built, I think. Probably a monument too. Some smaller monuments. Range of 65 meters. Covered all of these, but then over here this isn't covered, and the shopping center isn't covered. We'll give another monument. Offering appropriate nature in the area. The shopping center is basically visited by all people. The grocer, I mean. So this should have a decent impact. 2.4%. I guess this is also a settlement that's not going to get a Soviet star until it starts complaining, and then we'll drop one. We'll drop one down. But for now, let's try without. Still 100 citizens away from another research point, but we're going to get 2 research points as soon as Leoslav comes up. One for the settlement, and then they will probably push us over to 22,500. Yeah, seems fine. Waste storage construction over here is almost done. We will now start the last section of road construction here, which was causing traffic issues, and we also realized that these roads are apparently not hooked up properly, which is annoying. Yeah. So we'll try and rebuild them and see if that fixes it. I hope it'll work. We might have to set up a little bit of a 2-lane road before we go into a 1-way road. Maybe it doesn't like that here. So we might have to remove them and put them back a little bit before hooking them up again. But the rest can stay this way. The rest is fine. Construction seems to be going well. We'll upgrade this area to prevent left-hand turns, basically. I'll already start changing up the other area, I think. I'm gonna remove this section of road. So I'll do a right-hand turn, and then they have to turn around here until we get everything set up. Which will slow things down a little bit, but it shouldn't be catastrophic. Demolition office will assign itself automatically. And that's good enough. The only left-hand turn we might get is the left-hand turn from vehicle coming down here to this area from Segaduaha area. But that is absolutely okay. And the tunnel construction will take a bit, but not too much. If we can throw a lot of workers at it, we'll be fine. We don't have a dedicated construction office for buses, because I don't want to overwhelm the bus platform here. There's already enough traffic. Hopefully we can take the mine buses out of this area soon. That would help quite a bit. Because they have to go through the roundabout area now. Yeah, we need the cableway station. From Old Town probably. Just need a few citizens to get it. Yep, demolition is done. Once we have the bridge set up, the tunnel set up, we can then also take off a little bit of a chunk here. In the meantime, they will do a turn off this way, go down this road and go through the tunnel while we rework this road and work in a one-way road, single lane. Let's see if this will work now. Let's disable snapping. Does that work? I don't think it wants to connect here anyway. I can't get a connection point. This is just snapping. This is not actually a road connection. So this won't work. It only has a single road connection, so we will have to demolish these and move them back a little bit. Which isn't too difficult, as long as the road is already in place. Nine workdays to finish that. And the roller's on its way. Okay. Don't have power yet. We'll have to wait until we have electricity before we start dropping meat in here. Food would not rot away. But yeah, we'll wait. The electric substation is close to completion anyway, I would imagine. Well, hasn't even started the groundworks yet, but the road connection is up, and that's all what matters, I guess. Are these houses a little bit too close? Maybe. They might be a little bit too far away. It'll be fine. Next research point, cableway cars, cableway stations, and the cables. I guess the only thing we need is the cables. I don't know if cableway cars need maintenance, hopefully not. They didn't seem to need it in our other game, but I don't think... Did we get them in the beginning? I don't remember. I think we got them a little bit later. I think they probably behave like train cars. Otherwise, replacing cableway cars would be kind of a pain. Oh, the dirt road is still here. Gotta get rid of that one. No cheating. Okay, we're not gonna get rid of that snapping point anytime soon. Now we just gotta wait for the tunnel to finish construction. And then we'll make the adjustment here. And we should be fine. I'm also considering bringing coal with the same trucks from Quilibrios over to Lyaroslav, but I think that might be a little bit risky. I mean, Clipios should have a higher consumption rate than Yugoslav, so they will always bring coal here first, check if it's full, and after that bring it over to the other settlement. But each heating plant can have its own truck. It's not going to be a problem. But we do have 2 trucks assigned here, right? No, this is connected to the Hellas heating. This doesn't have a heating plant, so we do have to pick up coal from here. Of 1 truck. And I think we will use one from Somaska if it has 2 trucks. It only has 1. Oh, we're getting more and more train traffic. It's good to see. No traffic jams recently for our train traffic. This customs house is very nice and empty now. I don't think it has any train routes except citizen supplies now. Well, it's kind of hard to see because it still has the rail construction office routes to it. Okay, citizen supply and the waste export, yes. Yeah, we can't really filter by train routes here. And coal. Coal is also citizen good, I guess. Indirectly. How's this customs house looking? Trains are slow to move out because of the setup for the long trains to make sure nothing runs into problems here. This one is correct. This might be 600 meters. But I don't think dropping a signal here... Oh, this is way more. We can drop a signal here after 500 meters to speed up trains running through this area. That slowed them down, most likely. Should be better now. Did we already bring in all the harvest? Because I don't see any crops lying around. Did we bring in any harvest? How much did we produce? 610. So they're running at very low fertility. No, they are not. Why did we bring in so little? We need more tractors. I don't know what's going on. I would have assumed we would have had more production, but maybe the fertility at the start of the year was so low they didn't actually sow. And it went up, and now it's at 140 for the next year. Okay, we can have the second train connection too if we need it. Oh, that doesn't look half bad. I mean, it's a little bit of a gap here, but that's okay. That looks nice. Oh, good. Yeah. The tunnel boring for the metro is done. Now we'll have to micromanage this tunnel construction. Deactivating all of the metro would be a nightmare. And I guess the other option would be try and get a rail connection from this side to build the other tunnel if it doesn't work, which we might have to do. But we'll get to that if it needs to be done. Let's wait for the demolition to finish, then move everything back a little bit, get a single road attached to the front, and I think I'll also write that down as a bug report. Because it should be possible. Other buildings of that nature support it, like a bus stop. I think it supports it. I don't actually know. Which building supports it? I don't think I've ever tried a bus stop. Okay, a bus stop also doesn't support it. So these ones are not a good choice for that. I guess I haven't done that on the gas station either. I've always only used one road, so I guess no building supports it. And I'm incorrect. We can also set up recycling of construction waste at some point from the iron mine and bring it to some place. We do have a factory connection out here, so we could in theory transport the construction waste directly out of the iron mine into another storage facility and then hook it up to the aggregate loading station and load the construction waste from there. If we had a wait, it doesn't work because it doesn't have a separated construction waste in here. We can only have the construction waste in an outside storage, so we would need an outside storage that then goes into a cableway station. Otherwise it won't be construction waste, it will be mixed waste where everything is inside. People starving somewhere. Just write a petition, let me know where. I have no idea. Can go look around, wouldn't know. Okay, refueling station blocking road traffic here is, I guess, kinda anticipated. Electricity is now present, and that is the point where we can now move the citizen goods over. Let me get the grocer from Klibryusk, get the 2 roads. And before you go to Klibryusk, Tapovina. Wait, you're also going to Tapovina? Tapovina is very far away. So I guess before you go to Tapovina, you will pay a visit to this area. That should bring the citizen goods here. We will have to extend the bus route. as well. We don't have a bus route in Tabovina, they are self-sufficient. This one's at 400 seconds for 6 buses, which would be able to deal with 360 seconds. We'll add like 2 more buses and see how it works out. Let's add the buses first. Actually, yeah, let's add the buses first. We have our warehouses area to deal with vehicle purchases. We're gonna mark the Mars bus as a favorite, so it's at the top. Klibryorsk, Old Town Intercity, even though Klibryorsk is not a city. And then we'll add the new stop to it. Before going to Klibryorsk, you will go here, load anyone for any reason, and then go down to Klibryorsk, heating plant, and into the city. And hopefully that route won't be too long. We'll see. Tunnel construction progressing well. We're gonna throw as many people onto it as possible. 400 people instead of 100 will go a little bit faster. Police car traffic jam. I thought you wouldn't worry about that. Well, then you won't wait until unloaded, I guess. Someone died in here, you know. And that is the metro construction, I would assume, that we have to micromanage. That is annoying. $2,700 workdays of micromanagement. I'm tempted to shut down the metro, just so I don't have to micromanage it. How's the tunnel construction going? Fairly well, less than 1,000 workdays for the first tunnel. Second tunnel hasn't started yet, because they're building towards Segadoaha first, the new intersection, the new junction that we set up. Down here, we're doing these tunnels first. They've finished with the tunnel boring machine, and now they have to build up the rest. So I guess we'd be ready to move people in now that we have buses arriving. I guess we still gotta wait for coal delivery. Let's not be too hasty. Let's get a dump truck. Aggregate loading from Hellas for coal. 2 more deliveries for resources, then we'll have our heating plant set up. We can bring in some coal. And as soon as we open the floodgates, we will have 400 people ready to move into a building. We don't have that much room, but yeah. There should be enough for people to do in the area. Food has been delivered. It should get here next, I hope. And anything else they don't get, they have to take the bus. How are the hotels doing? Last I checked, the hotels were all full. Maybe that was accumulated tourists. It looks like we can get, I would say, 50% more, 100% more cars. We're at 50% capacity. so we can double our current vehicle number on the road network. We currently have 18 cars on the line. Let's go up to 40. I can buy 22 cars, and the storage is over here. We can also add these ones. Let's get the coal truck set up first. Wait, no, the coal truck will not take up too much space. Coal truck is fine. No western part, please. I always click the western by default. People die somewhere. Well, since they don't get houses, they basically leave the Republic, and then the residential buildings fill up, empty out again, and more people get born. They don't die right now. We're at the limit. We have 400 people who can't move into a flat. Only if the 400 people go away and we still lose people, then at that point I will get... I think we'll have a problem. Okay, let's get some beetles, I guess. 2 beetles. Resources are present. 1 delivery of workers. And we'll have our heating plant. Then just bring the initial supply of coal. Still waiting on meat here. Did I make a mistake with the road? It's set up to unload. Truck is driving to Lyoslav, so should be going here. Yes, I know you're getting in each other's way, it's fine. Just build. It's fine. It's fine. Now we have meat. Amount of sellers to, I think 5 will be enough. I'll leave the amount of workers in the kindergarten at maximum, even though that won't really be necessary. We have a truck bringing water to individual buildings, but the water substation is also almost set up. And the construction of the heating plant will finish any moment now, because we have a fleet of a lot of workers heading towards it. In that time, hopefully all of the personal cars will have refueled and stopped the traffic jam in that area. Tunnel construction is going really well, now that we upped the number of workers going to it. 1,000 workdays left for the digging part, and then laying the road will take a small amount of time. This metro construction is, yeah, slightly annoying. As I said, we could move all of them into storage while we build, because I think the train is not moving in because there's other trains in it, which makes sense. Maybe we should have a rail construction office after the signal, so it's already on the same block. But then it probably wouldn't move out of the depot. Okay, send out the coal truck. We'll wait for the initial supply of coal to arrive, and then we can start sending people here. In the meantime, let's set up our personal cars. Hellas tourists. It should be right. Hellas. The custom line. Oh my god. Hellas tourist good. No, that's tourist goods. What did I call that route? Baraslav. Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be Hellas tourists from Baraslav, not the other way around. Hellas tourists coming from Baraslav. Wrong naming convention. There it is. I wonder if I should add 1 or 2 police cars just to have them drive around the main road. I think I'm gonna do that. Add 2 police cars to the mix. It's one the top? You mean the route? Yeah, I figured it out. It had the wrong name. We changed that. Stream delay might be a bit higher. We will add the police cars and they're gonna run with the other cars on that route. It's gonna look nice, I think. Hellas tourists Baraslav, there you go. And same for you. So we'll have 2 police cars just driving along the main highway, patrolling and basically bringing also tourists. It's gonna be neat. No coal here yet. That is asphalt. That is not coal. I could also turn this into a right-hand turn only, because they shouldn't I know they do need to head to a left-hand turn here. Because they're heading to Tabovina next, and otherwise they will have to travel all the way back through the tunnel. There's our coal. It's -9 degrees. Let's wait if the temperature rises a little bit. I think now is a good time. -2 degrees. Welcome. Well, let's see if you survive. 2 people already going to the heating plant. Very good. Should go nice and quick. Yep. They do not have any doctors here. They have nothing. They have way too many workers in the area. Let's open up the shopping center to more workers so they can work locally. But it's nice to have some extra workers, I guess. Just gotta make sure we also send all of the passengers over. Bus route wise, I think we need 2 more buses. So we can deal with 600 seconds of bus route, especially during winter. Because that one is really not set up to withstand any danger. If anything goes wrong, that is probably the first village to fall. This will increase the stress on the customs house at Baraslav, because there's a lot more tourists now trying to cross the border. So it'll be a little bit more difficult for purchased vehicles to get out of that area, but it shouldn't be that bad. Now we can also have workers go into that construction site. Why are there no workers here? Why did you all go to the bus stop instead of working locally? Tell me if goods are missing. I think they all immediately went to the bus stop because they didn't want to work here at all. But yeah, they should at least be able to get food. Food and meat. Everything else... well, they can listen to the radio after they buy some electronics inside Hellas. Or even Libriosk, I think, has a small store. But I don't think I'm unloading people there right now. I need to change that. Libriosk, unload. If you find anything to unload, unload them there. Like if Leoslav has people that want to go shopping there, do that. It's a much shorter route. More metro construction. Heating plant is running well. Got a decent amount of employment for our sellers. Now we gotta wait for the ability to get 100 extra workers. I mean, we still have people without their own flat. But we have 200 extra people housed, so hopefully the number will start going up at some point. They are really unhappy because of unemployment though. I moved in too many people. I'm not sure why they're not working here. I think they're only sending as many workers as they need instead of sending as all of the workers here to get rid of unemployment issues. They probably are trying to balance themselves. And we're going to put a stop to that. Keep this filled with workers basically. Reduce unemployment issues. Tunnel construction here is done, so we have the road connection. That means we can now separate this short section of road. And in the meantime they will have to drive around to get to this area, which is going to be a little bit slow, but shouldn't take too long. Okay, that's another 12 workers. We're gonna move, we're only 20, we're gonna move you to the grocer to make sure that that one is always fully staffed. We'll change that again once we have the composting plant, which will take more workers, but let's make sure we reduce unemployment basically. Okay, that looks much better. Only a bunch of passengers, everyone else employed locally, it looks like. Alcohol, culture, and they should be unloaded here because most of the things are in this area, except culture, I guess. So we have like 3 people here. Culture, sport. Okay, sport is also not here. And praying. Some attraction building. They can find that in Hellas if they get there in time. I have plenty of time to do that, I think. 2.5 hours to get into the university area. Should be safe. Okay, now we got a new settlement. We didn't really reach the population number yet, but we can get... Well, we have another settlement. We have 8 settlements now. For a total research number of, I think, 16. 8 from settlements. And 8 from 20,000 citizens. We don't have any spare research because I'm gonna spend it right now. Cableway cars, or more specifically steel cables. We gotta do 2 researches, I think. Fatigue of steel metals. Steel materials into steel cables, and that will give us cableway cars. This does not unlock anything, this unlocks the cableway poles. So we're gonna do that research right now, both of them. As fast as possible. We have enough highly educated workers. They can wait a little bit. One worker and a bunch of well, a bunch of passengers. They should also find a doctor's office nearby, which isn't overworked, which is good. And ambulances can drive over here as well. Maybe a clinic would be a good addition, but we'll see. If it runs into any problems, we can make additions to this area. Right now I'm mostly concerned about getting the fertilizer plant set up. Okay, road has been demolished. Let's set up the one-way roads, and then this area's back in business. And then we can remove these dirt roads, and this will only be a right-hand turn exit, either from the main road or onto the main road, improving traffic flow in the area. We will have a left-hand turn here, but that shouldn't be a problem. Put down some traffic signs. And also put a settlement marker down for our new settlement. This is fine, I guess. And a settlement marker. Hopefully it'll fit. Yep. Speed restrictions start here and end here. Upward slope. That metro construction. I don't know if I can risk stopping the metro at this point. I mean, it would be easy to start it up again, but still. There's the research that actually does something, which will cost us our research point, and it'll be done fairly quickly. Unable to get food. Doubt. Probably because we started delivering food to the other settlement, Little Slav. They skipped on 2 deliveries and now have to catch up again with their shopping. Let's open up this to a maximum amount of sellers. Make sure they don't have any problems. So there was a little bit of a shortage because we started supplying another settlement. Maintenance of this cable destination. I guess we'll have it somewhat close to this area so we can have a road connection over here going through. It also needs to be covered by the fire station. If it burns down, it would be kinda annoying. And the game crashed on autosave. I am a little bit worried about that. Do have enough disk space free, so it shouldn't be that. Let's see if the autosave works or if it is broken. Last autosave, exactly this moment. Let's load it and see if it's fine. Seems to be fine. Okay. I also thought about having it here, but I don't know if they would be in range of maintenance. I mean, maintenance would be in range. Fire station would be the main concern. But I guess I'm willing to risk it? Question mark. Also, this is hard terrain, so kinda hard to put down here. Considering moving it to this side instead. Cableway cars can now be hooked up to cableway poles. So that's the point where we can actually start planning this out. I think the rail storage is probably going to be too large to put it here. Unless we make the river narrower. And I don't really... I would like to avoid doing that. Maybe it's fine. Looks like it might be fine. But the cableway station is going to be too large, I would guess. Especially since we're using, or planning to use a large one. Scratch that, that one would also be fine. I am thinking about putting this here into the corner. I would like to leave the river as mostly the way it is right now. Instead we're going to tear up the hill, most of it. Don't inform me about that. It's fine. If you stop producing for a bit, it's fine. Let's see. Cableway station. I think it has to be a big one just to be safe. That one has to factory connect into the waste storage for the train. And then we need a road connecting both of them. This won't get any workers or anything, it's just for materials. And it needs to go into a dump with a claw machine to load a train. That train won't be longer than the waste storage itself. We will need electricity in the area. Mostly to run the claw machine. Should be able to get a sideways road along the hillside here. It's gonna look a little bit weird, but let's flatten it out proper. Let's put a little bit of a flat area here. Now we don't have to redo the power line because it's gonna start floating in the air. It's gonna be a very wonky road, but actually it doesn't look half bad. But yeah, it's gonna be a little bit different. Different is the word I'm looking for. This will have to face this way, the industry being on that side. And the question is, do I want to move this out to reduce pollution by increasing distance between the houses and the industry, or do I not care that much? I mean, we can move it a little bit out, but not too much. It will need to be in walking distance, which is no problem. It was like 250 meters away. There won't be a waste storage up here. The internal waste storage will have to be enough. Alright, we have to face this way, I guess. That's gonna be a little bit annoying, but should be fine. And we can have a footpath connect to this. Not sure if the construction officers will get to this. Also considering a fire station up here with the industry and everything. Fire station sounds like a pretty good idea. Will also be extra employment opportunities for people, and maybe it would increase the ability for us to have some more people live here. Let's put down a fire station. Now to sneak through a footpath connection here somehow. autosave in the middle of building. I mean, it happens so often, I should get used to it. I kinda... There we go. Better. Get all residential buildings hooked up. The waste will have to be delivered into the composting plant along the road from each waste storage. I haven't used the composting plant that much, so I guess we're gonna figure it out and see if one is enough or if you need multiple of these. And if pollution is going to be a problem. But we have something that will not do a thing, but we can still make it look like it helps. And I should probably start placing the cableway cars poles to see if it actually works, because I've set everything up planning wise, but I don't know if it will connect. Also, we need a road connection between all of these, and they will need maintenance. Okay, now both sides need to be green to hook up, and that's going to be a little bit difficult. I'm gonna start working down from this hill instead. Let's do a sharper turn up here. And a little bit of a sharper turn here too. That should be it. Directly into the storage. Rail line connected to both areas. Just in case we need fertilizer in that direction at some point. Right, road connection in the way. Of course, of course. It's not that easy. Let's try again. There we go. Howdy comrade, how are the trains today? The trains are very happy. I increased the amount of trains a little bit. But we're trying to build something more, which is a... We're also running metros, but I'm trying to run a cableway station for fertilizer. I want to see if that one could work. I don't think these can burn down, I think they just need maintenance. Some other infrastructures in the way. I might have to flatten these areas out. Or maybe it's the cable. This is fine. Let's see if it works better this way. Okay, the lowest height is a little bit too low. We're gonna put it up. Oh, okay, angle connection too sharp. I guess the lowest height would be theoretically fine. But I think that's going to get in the way of the road connection, so I'm going to move it up by one. See if that works. Yep. How are you doing, Hailstorm? Hope you're having a good day. This will hopefully be enough for that connection. Okay, so I think they will only need maintenance. Fire access to these buildings, yes, but for these ones, a dirt road might be fine. Busy work after our Canadian Thanksgiving holiday yesterday, Monday. Okay, so we had a day of vacation holiday and a busy work day. Everything sounds to be in balance, mostly. Hope you had a good holiday then. I'm gonna keep the roads connected here, I think. They're handling the same thing, so service access via these roads, please. And we're gonna turn them into gravel. Hopefully this will work. Blue fire truck. 10 workers maximum, I think. And then I'll feel a little bit safer in Love, especially with the fertilizer plant. If that one catches fire and no one takes care of it, could be bad. Oh man, the metro. You know what? We're gonna try it. Last stop, depot. I don't want to babysit this construction if it doesn't work. Plus we can then also build the other one. We just have to let all trains through on all sides again. Construction train should move automatically as soon as the the metros are out of the way. We will therefore also assign the other construction task and hope that nothing dies and our bus network can handle the situation for now. We might get fewer workers in our tourist industry for a bit. There might be other things breaking, I don't know. We didn't have the metro system running for a very long time, so hopefully it won't be too bad. Unemployment might go up a bit, as workers can't distribute themselves among the city. But in case of an emergency, we can turn everything on again relatively quickly, hopefully. This will not have a gas station. They will have to drive down here to refuel, which will hopefully be enough. And these dirt roads will be gone now. So sorry if you still chose that. But yeah, this is obsolete. These ones will stay until I move the vehicles, I guess. And then yeah, you can still turn around and do a Slav if you made a mistake. But otherwise you will have to go through the tunnel here. Let's allow all workers to walk to that construction site if they want to. Let's restrict the amount of workers in the fire station down to 10. Once the production facility here is up, we can start recycling biological waste inside Hellas to test it. I mean, we can start with something smaller, maybe Klibriusk could already drop biological waste in the composting plant. Wouldn't be too far away, I think. Still have an old waste car here. Yeah, I'm gonna start handling biological waste. And they will drop it directly in here, so... Oh right, I also need to set up the rebuild of the waste storages in this area. Let's get that set up, hook up a road connection, and then take off most of that road to replace it with the one-way roads. But we do need that connection, otherwise it won't work. And this should work now, because now the roads will be connected. Composting plant is up. It'll need chemicals, which we can bring here directly with a truck. Doesn't have to be a large one. But we only really have one option, so get a green truck, I guess. Well, it should be blue, really. But the chemicals are poisonous. Go to the warehouse, pick up chemicals, go here and wait until unloaded. Chemicals for the composting plant. Still need the cableway station, the road constructions are ongoing. Let's see if everything works. Now we can start bringing biological waste over here. We'll start setting up 2 containers. I'll reduce the amount of hazardous waste and set up 3 containers. 3 mixed, 3 biological, 2 hazardous. And since we have waste recycling already researched, they should do that. Population now went down for sure, but we still have 21-year-olds, so seems to still be okay. There's always these up and downs, like when people can't find housing, population goes down and then people can find housing again and it's fine. Biological waste directly into the composting plant. If this works, if it works with the cableway station, etc., we'll be fine. I will have to see how many cableway cars we need. And rail construction wise, this is slightly annoying, but we have to make these signals two-way. I guess only on one side though. One side should be enough. So we can build into here and back out this way. And then when the building is done we can build this side as well. And don't have to worry about these signals. If a rail construction office is in range, of course. But we'll wait for the waste storage to be up before we start building the rail. Refueling has priority. This road has priority in case the cableway station catches fire. Yeah, much better up here with the fire station in range, I think. Hopefully 10 workers is enough. Some complaints about culture, but in general this looks fine. I think a pub would be enough to keep them quiet, I guess. We'll have to hook that up to the road connection as well of the resource deliveries. Okay, chemicals are there, now we just have to wait for the biological waste to get delivered. For that, well, these ones have to produce some, which will probably take a while. Let's also hook these ones up. Not a lot of people live here. These waste storages can't be filtered or sorted, so most of the residential buildings I guess are out of range, so this is not a good place to test it at, because it will take a very long time. But we can set this area up. And since this is handled by the same technical office, they know where to send it to. This building is also producing biological waste, so let's drop that right back into the facility. Whenever they pick up a container, they can drive it into the facility and do something else. And this storage too. Okay, open up the construction site. All resources are present, although they can't really walk to it. Oh, the metro's in. Oh, you're somewhere else. I think the metros are in, and we don't have any significant issues. Where are you going? It's not of rail construction. Oh, you're heading back. Okay, but I don't know why you were stopping then. So is the metro construction ongoing now? Is it running okay? Seems very laggy all of a sudden. Both of them are assigned. I don't see any metros running around. One of them is getting a vehicle. Train coming here. Metro has fully ceased working. All 4 metros are now in the depot. So we'll just wait before we start running them again. It increases the efficiency of the town, but the buses can still handle everything. Plus we need probably 2 more metros if we go up to Korasna, which is what we are building up to right now. But I will add them after the metros are out of the depot again. Probably a good idea to also start separating waste in the heating plant area. We would need a technical office to know where to drop it. So we'll do the same over here. Since we will be adding waste trucks to that area, they also need to know where to drop hazardous waste and mixed waste. But yeah. Hazardous waste not really, but if I assign mixed waste, I also assign hazardous waste. Let's get the waste separation set up. And all of the 120 workers per shift will have their biological waste recycled and hopefully turned into fertilizer for our farms. I didn't check production again. Why are these ones not getting sown? It's April. They seem to be assigned. Fertility is high. What's going on? Start or end building not connected with road. Is it you who's on the way? I don't think so, right? Yeah, that shouldn't be it. Okay, what's going on? I don't think I have I have a snowplow sign here, but that's all I have. Even this one hasn't been sown. These roads haven't been upgraded yet. Let's try manually. Well, I mean, it's auto-assigning itself to all of the farms in the area. So presumably there's a road connection here. But why are they not working? The farm itself is not a one-way road building here. It only has one road connection. There's even a footpath to it. These ones are getting sown, so they are working fine. Don't do this one. I wonder if I have to move the tractors out or something. Let's move one tractor out into a free road depot. If I can still place one, I can do that. All of them are stuck in here. All tractors seem to be... Oh, is it because they lost the connection at some point and are now bugged? Oh, that sucks. Fire station maintenance, I guess. We're gonna try and pull those tractors out with an open hull truck and see if we can rescue them. That is a little bit unfortunate, but we'll see what we can do. It's good to know that these ones are working, but they don't have any trucks because I forgot buying them. What color did we go for? We gotta stay with the same setup. Come on, autosave. This one. Before I start fixing things, let me drop a save here. Every time I press T, it opens another menu. And overwrite our, well, not a stream save, but a different save, just so I don't overwrite the bug report. In case it can be reproduced on loading. But let's wait for the open hull truck to get over here. Why are you... I don't understand. Well, no, you I understand. You are working side by side and it's not what you want to do, so I have to remove these signals. Because the signal is technically in front of the construction site. So it should work for a little bit before I have to adjust it again. Cableways. Last connection. Waiting on the building construction over here. We need to deliver some cableway cars. I'm gonna start with like maybe 8. Oh god, the traffic jam. No. We shouldn't have done that at a large customs house. I think we're getting less tourists now. There's the maximum limit, I guess. We need to buy them at the eastern border. Heavy garbage car. There it is. Load any vehicle of type tractor, sowing, and bring it back to the depot. After you've refueled. Let's see if we can pull out the tractors that way. Might need a dedicated storage or something. I'm gonna move you into our centralized storage, freeing up a free road depot because we might need that for the tractors. There we go. Let's also set up some traffic signs here because... just because. And this farm will be set up once we have the fields and the vehicles. This is only fertilizer. Waste dump, fertilizer. I think that way. I don't think we were able to pick up a tractor. I think they're all stuck. I wonder if a save game load would fix it. I'm gonna try one. That won't do. Let me save again over the locally saved game. Try a load and see if the tractors fix themselves. And if not, then we will have to sell them and rebuy them. I hope we can afford that. I guess if it fixes itself now, then I also can't really report the issue because it'll fix itself as soon as they load their save. But if it's reproducible, then it will hopefully get fixed in the future. Oh, seems like it's still happening. Yep. Alright then. Give me some sowing tractors. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. The other farm seems to be running, so I assume it will. I'll move that vehicle into the general vehicle storage area and free up that vehicle depot as well. So we lost a few harvests, I guess. But that's fine. I think we'll be okay. Bought vehicles for about 8 million rubles. And sold the other ones that were broken for 4.5. I think we'll be okay. Are we getting waste delivered? Not yet, it looks like. Truck for the cableway cars. From the eastern border, load anything of type cargo car, I think. Doesn't show up here. We should still be able to load it as a vehicle. Wait until loaded. And bring it here, please. I guess we can build the rail line. Might as well. I'm gonna also restart the game before I send the save in. Sometimes that fixes the issue for some reason. Very, very rarely though. Cool. Metro is still being built. So we don't have to do anything to get it completed. Population, we still have 21-year-olds without their flat, but yeah, population isn't going up right now. There might be a few issues inside Hellas, with people not getting to where they need to go. Let's do a quick crime check so that doesn't go out of control at some point. Seems to be fine. The rest is, sure. The rest should be fine. No one should wait here. And we also need to assemble a waste train, similar to this one. 6 waste cars with an engine. I gotta pick them up from an eastern customs house with a rail connection, which we have hooked up all the way over here. Should be this one. I'm gonna try the 3 differently colored train cars again, because I sent it in a report. And I thought one of them felt like as if it was an aggregate car instead of a waste car after I bought it. So they are all EA waste cars, all transporting mixed waste. Let's see if it stays the same after they get delivered. That looks pretty good. I'll have to set up the storages once everything is ready. Coal. Not sure why I built this one here, but I guess it looks neat. I already needed 1 connection, but I guess we could also get aggregates out of it. I haven't built that one yet. I think the default one looks a little bit more sensible. But I guess in here the train is hidden, so... Choices. I would like to see biological waste get turned into fertilizer and being loaded into the train. I'm pretty sure we won't be able to fully load a train this episode, but... yeah, basically set up the train route so it delivers to the farm, and then if it still can't unload at the farm, it delivers it to the customs house for safety. Since the other train hasn't arrived yet. Oh, it's coming right now. Never mind. Go here, load any train car. I don't know if 1 train can load all of them. I think we needed 2, so I'm gonna send out both trains. Molnar Customs, basically. It doesn't allow me to do that, unfortunately. Pick up all the waste wagons so we can assemble the train. Looks like our cableway station is now connected. Don't have any cabins yet. The truck is... I don't know. At the wrong customs house. Wait, where are you going? Oh. Should have turned off. Oh well. Enjoy your trip. But yeah, personal cars. Not that great anymore, but yeah. We're still getting tourists. I'm not sure how the hotels are doing with the reduced traffic that way. We basically increased it by like 10% from previously. Or 20% rather. Should send them to a smaller customs house to pick them up. This one might have a lot more throughput for that. But it's not really meant for a connection. Let's check on the metro construction. After they will finish, we still have 2 tunnels after that need to be built after the metro station. Just a short one, but still to the end station up here. So we won't be able to run the metro line instantly once the long tunnel finishes, but soon after. We will get as I said, we'll get some biological waste turned into fertilizer. I don't know what gets turned into mixed waste. We might need a transportation route for that. I want the fertilizer down here in a train. Hopefully successfully. I thought removing the signal would be enough. Apparently I'm wrong. Yeah. I know there's a train, but you can get to your site without me doing anything. Oh well. How is the no distribution office run challenge going? Better or worse than you thought? It's going really good. In the sense that I'm learning a lot of things. Setting up routes to like buildings, transporting multiple resources. We've also fixed a fair few number of bugs, because we found some, where for example the routes weren't copied over to new vehicles when they got replaced, so that's really good. So it doesn't go live. And otherwise, well, money-wise, it's ridiculous how much money we've been making with wood, simply exporting lumber. It's crazy. Lumber we're exporting is ridiculously profitable. Not as profitable anymore as it was, but yeah, something seems to be weird. I don't miss distribution offices as much as I thought. But for some things like rail construction offices, they become a nuisance not to have. And because a rail construction office basically needs to not be full at all times, otherwise you run into the issue that when you do demolition it can't store the extra resources in it. So you have to go there and then manually delete some resources or move some out. But that's a minor thing, everything else seems to be working fine. I really like the idea of having like a centralized storage and then supplying multiple settlements with one vehicle route. Instead of saying distribution office go here, here and here. Because I make sure that the trucks are mostly used to full capacity. They have a lot more wear and tear. But the meat trucks, for example, are used really effectively, I gotta say. Sure, they might arrive at the end with still some meat in it, but they always run full, and then you can add more and more stops as you go. So yeah, I really enjoyed the run. That's also why I've turned it into a cloud save, because I didn't want to lose this one, just in case. Looks like we have cableway cars running now. Didn't really start it, but it started on its own. There's no power supply down here. We still need to set that up. Otherwise, the loading of the claw machine dump will be really, really slow. The only problem we have is we can't have 2 trains here, because I do not have the ability to get a train connection onto that. But that's fine. This one will need its own power line for sure, because the cableway car doesn't consume that much electricity, but the claw machine dump might. How are your game devs in responding to your bug reports? Oh, they're fixing the bugs. I'm sending them in, and either they can reproduce them and fix them in the next version, like the version 25 had like, I think 20, well maybe 20 is a bit much, but 15 lines I think from bugs that I reported, which was really awesome. I was so excited to get onto that. Yeah, seems to be working really well. And if they can't reproduce it, then there's going to be a discussion trying to find a case that is reproducible and continued work. And otherwise, they're really busy. They're doing a really good job, from what I can tell. Power line done, even though it will take a while. We do have strong excavators, they should be fine. I don't know if it needs the electricity to unload here. It might not need it. We'll see. Basically, unload down here. Fertilizer. No other waste. Load fertilizer. Can we get a delivery of fertilizer? Can we get the waste train set up? Well, the first waste cars are here. Not sure if the other train's heading here soon too. We need to run once more. Need to pick up 4 more, and then we're ready. Can set up the waste train to wait inside here. Still have to finish the rail construction though. Let's get the rail construction office assigned. I think we can assign all 3 remaining construction tasks now. Well, I guess we can assign 2 of them. I might be able to finish this one. Biological waste from this one too, please. How are the storages looking? Really slow. We have to set up one in town, I think. Let's start with something that produces a lot of biological waste. I would guess this area. Okay, maybe not this one. This one is not connected to the towers. This one is connected to one tower. Come on. Okay, that's also pretty slow. What about you? University has a decent amount of people inside, right? Okay, it'll take a while until we get biological waste, it looks like. Feels like the production was slowed down a little bit, or I'm... Maybe it just takes a while to get started. Maybe waste production in general was slowed down a tiny amount. Shopping center, biological waste here. Oh, let's use it at the very busy shopping center over here. With the tourists might make a lot of waste. I think the tourists are probably significantly more polluting. Yeah, All 4 hotels are hooked up to that. Oh yeah, look at that. That one will give us biological waste at a reasonable pace. Holy boy. Holy moly, that's we might have to increase the amount of garbage containers for that. Just to get the most out of it, but we'll have a container done shortly. This will only hold fertilizer. What was the village called? Leostav. Yeah. The waste being produced from the hotel area is quite high. We already have half a container full. Well, almost half. 3.15 tons. That one will get brought here soon. We don't have... I don't think we have told the technical office where to bring it yet. The waste storage is set up. They are... We need to rebuild the factory connection though. Oh. This will only handle biological waste for now, so we'll set it up as such. Only biological waste here and here. And we'll have to bring 2 waste trucks into the output. We can have up to 3 without problems. We could take some from the demolition office again, but I guess, yeah, sure. We'll steal some. No, let's not. Let's get some. Let's get our one. Let's see. Waste truck. Let's get 3 for the time being. I'm only gonna use 2. They will pick up from here and bring it to the composting plant. The technical office will just drop it into the rightmost storage. Okay, you had the target to drop it off at the customs house. Don't do that anymore. For any type of waste. Okay, export, load, wait until loaded, biological waste into the composting plant, unload. Both vehicles assigned, we just have to wait for the factory connection to get built, and then everything should be in order. And hopefully we'll get our first delivery soon, because this thing should be... It has been emptied out already, so either it's going to the customs house or they're actually dropping it off into the storage now. It's heading here right now. As soon as the factory connection is up, we'll have our first delivery. And you are going to load that waste from this storage. Wait until loaded. Bringing it over here. Unloading. Don't wait until unloaded. And if you basically can't fully unload, then you will unload it here. And then go back. It should make sure that the biological waste doesn't overflow. And the other thing is, if it overflows in the city, it goes into the mixed waste and is handled there. But if we produce too much, this train will hopefully be enough to make sure... Sorry, not biological waste, fertilizer. That wouldn't have worked. We get fertilizer for the train. Where are we? Segadoir is a bit far away. Here's the bridge starting point. I'm lost. Tabovina, no, Poloshevo, Somaska, Leoslav, there we are. That's storage. Rail line has been built, except of one segment. So let's build that one too, and then we can send the train out to wait until loaded. And as soon as the train receives its first fertilizer, I'm gonna take a break. Let's see if we get a truck here soon. Is there one heading here right now? Only a route, no one moving yet. Both of them waiting in here, probably sharing the waste as soon as it gets delivered. But I mean, they are making a ton of waste, so there's already another container ready to be picked up. Being delivered to the technical service biological waste storage. I will make sure that one truck gets it explicitly, so I will move one of them out of here. That means all of it should go to the other one. We already have one that will be transferred, I guess, so once the other one gets delivered, both trucks would have been able to make that delivery happen. But yeah. Now we just finish up the factory connection, then the trucks can load, and we're done. I believe. We still have to send out the train after the rail connection is done, but we should have everything set up to start recycling biological waste in Hellas. Have to set up the same storage for Samaska, and maybe do the villages too, because I guess they have their own storage. And we could say one truck is for mixed waste and one truck is for biological waste. It shouldn't really overproduce either. There we go, biological waste, first delivery. Man, manhole covers everywhere on that road. Let's try the dynamic camera. I also want to follow the fertilizer down the cableway cars. Let's go over to the composting plant. Is the train line built? Being built? 23 more days. We have workers, we have chemicals, should be quite instant. And yes, it does generate mixed waste that we will have to handle. It's other waste. That means the chemical truck will be in the way. And there's our first fertilizer. We have a lot of extra capacity for cableway cars. We can have 13, currently we have 6. And now we have fertilizer here. So it does work. The mixed waste in this area is not going to be picked up by a technical office. If I wait until loaded, we will run into problems. Well, I guess the third truck that I bought is going to be used for that then, I guess. We can't wait until loaded. Wait a minute, what if I set this up to load mixed waste here? Wait until loaded. And then drop it off in here. If that works, then that's gonna be fine. It should work. We can sneak out the mixed waste through the other factory connection, I believe. With the truck. Overtake it. Let's see if it works. I have to also name that route. Yep, works. Excellent. So we don't have both of the buildings occupied. Building maintenance can work fine. This is gonna work nicely. There we go. Also dealt with. And yeah, usually that would be a distribution office, but it's nice figuring these things out to work with the buildings and making sure that building maintenance and other services like police and emergency services aren't hindered. Speaking of emergency services, that is a hub. Ambulances can also move to the composting plant, so that is also in range. .36 tons of fertilizer here. Still waiting for this one to get built. Should be able to move through here and build the last section of track. But it's not really important, I guess. Oh, they're building that one right now. That is also fine. That will allow our trains to move out, basically. So this should slowly start setting up our farms to receive their own fertilizer. I guess we've been not really sowing or harvesting anything, and the fields have been just sitting around. But that is changing now. All of the fields are assigned, except these ones. And they have not assigned themselves to any of these, which is good, because that is the domain of this farm. We could probably put a sign here of no tractors going across the road that goes across. Where is it? This one? Might be a little bit too narrow to put traffic signs down though. It would work. We could no, only from one side really, never mind. And this would be silly. I mean, we could have the sign this way, preventing tractors to cross to the other area. Other vehicles would be allowed to, and then have the same over here. Just to make sure that the farms stay in their respective areas. There's no road connection to the field. What? Oh, it's already a sign. That's when it says there's no road connection. Got it. Almost done with the tunnels. Well, the first tunnel. Then they should be far away enough from each other where they don't get in each other's way, hopefully. We'll preemptively put down the signals again for when that happens. But yeah, let's finish up the composting plant. Train line is getting its last section of track built, after which we will send out the train, load a little bit of fertilizer and bring it over to the farms, where we will also send out one vehicle to deliver fertilizer per farm. One vehicle per farm is going to be a little bit annoying. Okay, what are you doing? Why are you... which field are you assigned? Oh, okay, this one was incorrect. That one was my mistake. We are going to fix that right away. Sorry about that. They do need to go here, into this area, then cut across, and then... Do we not have a junction in this area? I thought we had one. I guess it's only back here, so the other one is fine. Yeah, it's all separated, it looks like. But yeah, 2 trucks might not be... it might not work. We have to use one route, I think. Load fertilizer, wait until loaded. And unload it here. And then this one. And then this one. Wait until unloaded at neither, I guess. How are we gonna do that? It should wait until unloaded, right? At the last one, yeah. It should be fine. Tabuina fertilizer for the farms. And then I guess the last truck we won't really assign, because we only have 2 loading connections, and 2 trucks should be enough to supply the farms, hopefully. So that one will just remain in storage until it's used for being a replacement vehicle for something. Finally a harvest. Now that we have the composting plant set up, next time we can also think about a food factory, a distillery, clothing factory with a fabric factory in front of it, or even a meat production plant, which would create even more material that needs composting. Capacity wise, we can run through 30 tons per day, which is a lot. We have 50 tons internal storage. I don't need to be informed if it stops production. I would need to be informed if we at some point reach like 45 tons. That would be a good notification. Train line has been built. Let's send out 1 delivery of fertilizer. First we gotta refuel, I guess. Oh no, we already refueled when we picked up the train cars. But yeah. If we can't get rid of the fertilizer, we're gonna export it. to the west, I guess. Probably gonna be worth way more if we exported it to the east, but that's a little bit too far away. Yeah, a little bit. Factor of 80-ish. We're not gonna wait until fully loaded, we're just gonna deliver whatever we have right now. And then after that, the next train will have to wait until it's fully loaded. 222 tons per delivery will be quite a bit. How much can we store in the waste dump? 450, so 2 train loads worth. If that one ever runs full, then yeah. Lumber exports. A little bit of a traffic jam here. I don't know if this is 450 meters, if one train could be parked in the tunnel. I need to measure that at some point. It's slowing down traffic. I think it is. Let me do that right now. If it is, then yeah, we can have probably a train waiting in it. Oh, that's easily 450 meters. The problem is just that we need to put a proper signal here. So I guess if the tunnel is clear, we should be fine, right? And this way too. Oh, we have another signal point here. Let's use these instead. I don't think that's going to be 450 meters to both of them, but it'll be close. 370. And apparently this is a little bit under as well. Well, if we run into traffic issues in this area, it's going to be frustrating. Also not 450 meters. The long trains shouldn't be heading here this way yet. We'll have to worry about that at some other point. But yeah, fertilizer should be arriving here soon. They will have to use the loop to get to this area. It's a little bit of a way around. Not sure if I should make a junction point to somehow get over to this area. Cutting across these train tracks basically, but that wouldn't really work. There's fertilizer, trucks being loaded, farms being supplied. It'll have to get started first. We need a full train load for this to really get going. And then each farm we need 2 train loads for all farms to get supplied basically, yeah. It'll take a while to get rolling. But as we increase the amount of tourists, the amount of fertilizer should go up as well. But yeah, I think we're done for today. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We set up a new settlement, Lioslav, with cableway cars, which I'm pretty happy about. We're running a metro successfully and have stopped it again to basically expand it up to Karosna. And we're working towards the storage facility in Segadoara. Still slowly building up the rail network to this location. Almost done with the first tunnel. It takes a while. Rail construction is a slow process. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for watching. I wish you all a good Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning, wherever you are. Take care, all the best, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.